That camera's not on.
Was trying to help him.
Oh, we're doing that one. Oh, good. And we still post all these on Facebook or wherever you post them. They're shareable. Okay. All right. We're going to start, you guys. Sorry. All right. It is Tuesday, June 22nd, 2021. And I call this meeting to order. City Clerk, can we have a roll call?
Councilmember Brown.
Here.
Councilmember Krupa.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Lilienthal.
Here.
Mayor Meyer.
Here.
All members are present.
All right, at this time, members of the public may comment on items appearing on the agenda, and we do have somebody here to comment. So Judy McPherson, please come up to the mic. Is that microphone on? Awesome, thank you.
Yes, my name is Judith McPherson. I'm a longtime occupant of the area. I'm speaking on item 4A before you go into closed session. It is a publicly known civil case, City of Hemet versus John David Petty. And I'm not a lawyer, but I do see that it went into the status of receivership and that there is I can't remember the name of the hearing, but I know what it is, a hearing tomorrow where it's almost like an emergency hearing. And a few words, a little bit of history. I haven't always agreed with John David Petty. I've been on different sides of many different political issues. The power players in town get into squabbles, as we know. If we go back 12, 13, 14 years, it may have been about that time frame when he was developing a beautiful tract of homes out in the East Hemet area out in Bella Vista. He was in favor with the city council at that time. In fact, 2 sitting council members purchased homes in that tract. One is now the vice chair of the planning commission and the other sits on the infrastructure commission. But the political winds change and things get really petty. Okay, I watched the house at the southwest corner of, I believe it's Kimball and Carmelita. It might be Acacia and Carmelita. Was once owned by Mike and Candy Colton. I guess sold to John. And he began to turn it into some kind of a professional building, and it slowed. However, I must say that over the past years, the building has been protected from the community in that homeless cannot get in there. There's a tall fence. The building has retained its roof. He had a licensed architect. He had a licensed engineer. In fact, I know that engineer. He's a civil and structural engineer that grew up in Hemet and structural engineering for the flagship park of Disneyland, right from our hometown. And the debris has been kept in the interior, and looks like there's been a lot of progress. Now, I know in one of the filings, Mr. Petty mentioned that he believed that there was some selective enforcement. Let's talk about the big elephant in the room, the big white building downtown. Okay, now back in 2016, when John David Petty was going to be visited by city officials, he knew, I think, the day before. And not only did the city officials converge, it was almost like the FBI and CNN when they raided the house or went to the house of Roger Stone and woke him up in the middle of the night knocking, and here were the reporters, here were 20 FBI agents. It wasn't just city officials going to tell John that they were pursuing an action. They brought the press enterprise reporter with them to blast it all over the news, Facebook. So, and I guess my time is almost up.
Do you want me to give you one more minute? I can.
Okay.
Okay, I'll give you one more minute.
But at the time that this was happening, I want to talk to you about the big white building downtown. A young man was allowed to act as a professional architect who was not duly licensed. It was a misdemeanor violation of building and profession code over and over. Came to the planning commission with a vision for that Gibble building. Yeah, okay, the planning commission approved it, but there was never a building permit or a demolition permit or active working plans or a licensed architect. And we own property across the street, if you want to know what that's done to the value of our property. Okay, that was back in 2014. The roof was removed in late 2015, maybe earlier. At the time that the city was going after John Petty, that building sat there without a roof for 1 year. Okay, now it's gone through 2017. The roof is gone from a major portion. 2018, still no roof. 2019, still no roof. 2020, still no roof, and it still is in that state. Okay, and there was never an active building permit for the work going on until sometime into 2020. Thank you.
Okay, next we have our items for a closed session. I have a question for our city attorney. For item 4A, this particular person has contributed an in-kind donation to my campaign. And so can you give me some legal on that?
Sure. Would you value the in-kind over $250?
Yes.
Okay. So generally speaking, campaign contributions are not considered sources of income for determining a financial conflict of interest under FPPC regulations. There is a statute that would prohibit a member of an agency from participating in a land use decision, building permit issue, if they did receive a campaign contribution. This is a legal case that does involve building permit issues, but that statute has an exception for bodies that are wholly elected, like the city council. So I would say no. If we apply the law as is, you do not have a disqualifying conflict of interest. But one of the things that I always encourage the council to do is not just look at the strict letter of the law, it's also to look at the spirit of the law and consider the appearance of a disqualifying interest. So if you feel that because you have received a significant in-kind contribution from the person that's the subject of this lawsuit and you'd like to disqualify yourself, I think it would be appropriate for you to do so if you announced it and then did not participate in the closed session discussion on this item.
All right, I think that for 4A that I am going to recuse myself because to be above board, I think that it's right. It was, I think, $1,000, so maybe a little more. I mean, whatever, I know it's not your choice, but I'm trying to think this through. Anyways, all right, I think that ethically is how I need to take that stand. So, all right, with that, we will dismiss into closed session at the Simpson Center. And we'll just take 4B first and then I'll leave. Are we going?
And do you have when you get back, water by area? Thanks.
Right. All right, our live stream's good. All right, welcome. We are running a little late tonight. We had a closed session and I had recused myself from one item. And so that's why I was in here before everyone else, but we will call to order our regular city council meeting. City clerk, can we have a roll call?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Brown,
Here.
Councilmember Krupa, Mayor Pro Tem Lowenthal,
Here.
Mayor Meyer.
Here.
Let the record reflect all members are present.
Great, thank you. Next, we have the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance, and that is going to be by the Scouts BSA Troop 53G. So if everyone can please stand. Color guard advance. Please depend in the manner you are accustomed for a prayer. Dear wise and loving Father, first, let me say thank you on behalf of all who are gathered here today. Thank you for your many abundant blessings. Thank you for life itself, for the measure of hope you will fill our colonies, for sustenance and for friendship. Thank you for the daily call to useful work and for the honor of responsibility. Thanks as well for the freedom to embrace you or the freedom to reject you. Thank you for loving us even so. From your boundless and gracious nature. Amen. Amen. Scouts salute. All those in play clothes, right hand over your heart. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated. Color guard dismissed. All right, thank you, Troop 53G. We appreciate that. Next, City Attorney, would you please report out of closed session?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have no items to report this evening. However, the city council did need additional time to finish their closed session, so we will be reconvening after open session.
That was for item 4A.
That is correct, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. All right, next we have public comment. So anyone that wishes to speak will have 3 minutes. I have the timer up here, the lights work. We will try our best to stick to our time so that we can give other participants their time as well. So first we'll have public comment from anyone on the teleconference line or Zoom.
There is no one present for public comment on Zoom.
Okay, excellent. Next, we will have public comment for anyone in the crowd. So I have a list here of speaker slips. First, we have Constance Clark. You can come right up here and I'll give you your 3 minutes. Followed by Regina Martinez, and you can just stand in the back and be ready, I suppose.
Good evening. I'm here tonight to speak to you about a reference letter that I sent y'all on March 4th, 2021. It was a hard copy that was delivered to everybody. including the city manager, planning commission, Department of Building and Safety, planning and community development. It also was a letter that encompassed San Jacinto, the city of San Jacinto. And what I am bringing up tonight is we have a unique situation between the city of Hemet and the city of San Jacinto, and the residents of the Ramona Tract, which is Cajon and Terrace Drive. The last attempt to develop the property behind the Walmart property, which is in the city of San Jacinto, was over 15 years ago. It not only affected city of Hemet residents, but also utilities, services, and streets. So this is not new. Y'all are going to have to be prepared, because apparently, according to the city of San Jacinto, that property is in escrow and it is zoned 5 family residents per acre. They can put 14 multiple family, meaning apartments. They could even put something on there that does not have a drive-through, but can be a gas station and a convenience store. Like we need another one of those here in Hemet. The last attempt that the developer did try to do last time, they were required to finish Girard, and that would be finishing from the city of Hemet into the city of San Jacinto. And you would need to regrade. You would need to make Cajon a cul-de-sac and Terrace a cul-de-sac. We are the last 2 streets in the city of Hemet who are on septic. Everyone would need to become on the sewer system. And that sewer system hookup last time was down by the one development y'all have on your plates right now, which used to be my family's Hemet house cell. And so not only do you have that development, but 0.42 within 42 miles is this other one. And so I want to reference, we need to be on septic. I don't want to see the city Hemet get stuck with it. But if we put as many homes as they're proposing down there and also over in the city of Hemet, we're going to have a problem. You're also going to have a traffic problem. Girard is not finished. Who's going to take care of Midway and regrade it? You have a line of sight problem. You're going to need to regrade Girard on the city of Hemet's side. We residents have a group that is developments, Hemet and San Jacinto. And so we're watching it very closely, both of them. Hence the reason why the letter went out from myself, because I have intimate, my dad used to be at Eastern. He was assistant general manager at the time. And so I have a little bit of knowledge because he had given it to me and told me to watch out. We need both councils to work together, both cities, San Jacinto and Hemet. My neighbor and I will be going to their council meeting also. We need Eastern to work with it, and we need the residents to be brought up to speed so that we have what you all put in the general plan that says ensuring that the new development is compatible with older development, which is the Ramona Tract, and indicates that new development needs to complement, not compete with existing land uses. San Jacinto also says their land use goal is to manage and direct growth so that the community and its neighborhoods are protected and enhanced, and to encourage infill, which both of these things are going to be for both cities, would be consistent with and complement the bulk, scale, intensity, and character of the existing surroundings. So we're holding both cities to that. And quite honestly, I don't know what jobs or anything and all these folks are going to have that you planned or they plan to shove in 1 acre. But obviously it doesn't go with the rest of our future. So I would encourage you to read this again and then contact your counterparts over at the city of San Jacinto, because we certainly are, and we're on it. So
Thank you. Thank you for bringing that tonight, and we'll stay in contact. All right, next we have Regina Martinez.
Hi there. I'm here with Connie, and I just want to say I'm on the same ship as she is. I live in the same neighborhood, and I would like to see us all work together and hope that you will look out for us. That's it. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Next, we have Pat Gregory, followed by Terry Larned.
And council. At the last city council meeting, council members Krupa and Brown both provided the exact same reason for not appointing Joe Males as an interim council member. Both stated that they were following the law. I would like to know the exact law they are talking about. I sent both council members an email asking for the law that they relied on to avoid placing Joe as an interim council member. Neither one responded. I asked because I understand that the city followed the law. They followed the court's order and Joe was removed. At the last meeting, the city attorney provided 3 legal alternatives to deal with this scenario. Appoint Joe as an interim, receive applications and vote, or have a special election in November, leaving District 4 with no representation for 6 months. So with 3 legal options, council members Krupa and Brown, why do you say that you were following the law by not voting to appoint him in an interim? Your decision made no sense. Number 1, District 4 voters overwhelmingly voted for Joe Males. It was not a close election. The resulting option, that because of the 2 of you, is going to cost the city $35,000 to have a new election when the voters of the city have already given their vote. I'm wondering why you didn't rely on this mysterious law to prevent Bonnie Wright from voting on the last budget that was contested, by the way. Did the 2 of you follow the law then by allowing a council member who did not live in the district to vote on last year's budget? I know you can't answer me tonight, but you have my email, and I look forward to you providing me and the city of Hemet with the law that prevented you from voting for Joe Males as interim. Thank you.
Terry Larned, followed by Marianne Darwin.
I'm here to push my Bluegrass Gospel Jam one more time. We're having it again this Sunday. We had a great turnout. And so if you're interested in having some good, clean gospel music, bluegrass style, come on down. It's the First Christian Church on the corner of Harvard and Acacia. And I guess the time they moved it from 7 until 6 on Sunday night. And we're going to hold that probably at least once a month, maybe twice a month. So depending on our turnout. Second thing I'd like to talk about is I'm also on Terrace and also a neighbor of Connie. And I have my other neighbor right next to me sitting over here. And this development that is going on right here is right up against my back fence. I go out my back fence, I'm in San Jacinto, and there's a big empty lot. And they had earthquake people out there checking for the earthquake faults, and they found a couple faults. Now, from what I understand, faults don't move. They're going to still be there. And the idea of going ahead and making Terrace a cul-de-sac, regrading that area, you're not taking in consideration the people who live there. Yeah, we're on septic, and that's going to be a big problem if everybody has to go on to city sewer line. So yeah, I'm going to be watching. In fact, I think I've told Carly about it some time ago to be watching for it. And I gave Joe, of course, all the information too. and he was going to follow it closely also. But seeing how Joe is not there, I'm depending on Carly now to come through and work on that because it's her district. So, but those homes that are going in on the corner of Girard and Menlo up to Park, there was like 51 homes going to be put in there. Those are just way too many homes, and it also has an earthquake fault line going through it. You're going to take in consideration the city, the residents who live here, the existing residents, and work with them. But we have heard nothing. There has been no letter sent out, nothing from anybody. Only reason why we know about it is because Connie and her husband Dick have gone in and informed us all what is happening, informed us about the escrow that's taking place. Otherwise, we would be in the dark completely. And it would just kind of, no, by the way, we're building a bunch of homes. I don't want a 2-story apartment sitting right up against my fence. I have a nice view. On Park Avenue, I understand there's that full line of homes. They're all 1 story. They all made them 1 story because they said it interfered with the view of the people right above them. And if we have 2 stories or maybe a 3-story apartment building that goes in, that's not going to sit well with me at all. And I'll be out there protesting as much as I can. And I want to make everybody aware of what's happening, and we need to be made aware of what's happening. Thank you.
Marianne Darwin, followed by Eric Koditz.
Good evening, City Council. Well, here I've made it full circle. I'm back to talking about water, which is where I started 5 years ago. So it's pretty much that I just got my water bill yesterday. A lot of us did in my neighborhood. And I'd like the water department to be a little more transparent, because how is it possible that last month my water bill was $94 and this month it's $94.31? So did I only use an extra 31 cents in water? I mean, I have grass, I have a lot of stuff, and I'm just not understanding how they're doing this. How are they determining how much they're charging me for water? I mean, I have it laid out on my bill, but it's got to vary at some point. I have a neighbor who was gone 2 weeks last month, and her water bill came in the exact same amount as last month, but yet she was gone for 2 weeks. So I'm not exactly sure how that's happening. I still haven't really seen anything in the last 5 years talking about water that is letting me know that this is all on the up and up. I see my water charges going up. I started out at 24 and now I'm at 30. So just my base rate to rent my meter is the way I look at it. But I'm not understanding how they're actually reading our meters if our water bills are coming out the exact same amount every month. It's kind of awesome, but it's not realistic. So some months I may use less water, and that's why I'd like to see how they're actually reading it, charging it, what I'm really using, because it makes no sense. My statement said it was made yesterday, but yet I got my bill in the mail yesterday. So again, it's not lining up with the way I see it, even though it may be, everybody says a month behind, but even if that, how can I have only used 31 cents worth more of water? Anyway, thank you.
All right, thank you.
I had not planned on being here today, but I received a letter last Monday from CR&R. It was dated June the 8th, demanding an extortion payment of $349.98 for trash in a delinquent account. This was again the first notice I had received from CR regarding this rental property that I have. And I feel this is a monumental lack of common human decency to threaten to put the water charges for a tenant that I have on the tax rolls. But again, this is kind of a standard model for CR&R. My first, and I think this, lack of common human decency is part of their business model. They have a rich history of this type of activity. My first interaction with CR&R was in February 2014, where I received a bill of $22.51 stating that I owed that amount on quote unquote my account. So I called CRNR and was told, yes, you do have an account. And I told the person, I never established an account because I've never actually lived in Hemet. So I went back and forth. So what I did do is I wrote a letter to Clifford Ronenberg, who's CEO of CRNR, and I mailed it to him in a certified letter and demanded a response by March 1st, 2014. And can you guess what I got? I should also point out that in the interim, I thought I was a victim of identity theft. So I did file a police report. They told me to go to my bank, put a hold of my bank account, contact the credit bureaus, contact my bank, and so forth to protect my credit. I didn't get a response. That letter was mailed on February 21st of 2014. The letter that was sent was not sent by Mr. Roenberg. He was too busy putting beluga caviar in his pie hole. But instead, I got a letter that was dated March 17th from a third assistant of his that was condescending in tone, saying, oh, there's no problem. There's nothing nefarious going on. So again, it's a lack of common human decency by the organization. And then on top of it, then I contacted an Ivan at CRNR after that on April 2nd and reiterated my concerns. And Ivan told me, well, if I didn't like their tactics, contact the mayor of Hemet, which I did. I wrote another certified letter to Mayor Larry Smith and sent that on April the 9th. I'm still waiting to this day for his response. And I also called the city to speak with him. And I spoke with his assistant, Kathleen, and she indicated that I wasn't worthy enough to speak with him. On June the 13th of 2014, I did speak with the city manager, Wally Hill, and he told me that and he said, well, I have good news, because my concern was if the tenants throw a car battery or medical waste in that trash can, I might go to prison. He goes, no, Eric, good news. You won't go to prison. The most you'll ever do is 6 months in jail. Well, that just made me feel so much better.
Now, I'm going to interrupt you just for a second, because I think that you are wanting to probably speak on item 13B, because we have a public hearing tonight. So if you want to just hold the rest of those, and I'm going to give you another 3 minutes when we have that item, okay? And we'll just take it out of order and do that next. Right after our, that's okay. That's okay. You filled out a public comment slip, but we will have you finish during this public hearing. Okay. You sit right up here and then we'll have you right back. Don't let me forget, wherever you want. We will have you right back up here. All right. Are there any e-comments?
No further comments.
Okay. So just want to make sure that we've completed that. We're going to do a presentation on a highlight reel of our accomplishments in Hemet, and then we will go on to our public hearing. All right, thank you very much. All right, next we will go on to public hearing, and we're going to take item 13B first. So let me see here. First, we'll have our staff report, and then we'll open the public hearing.
Evening, Mayor and Council.
In fiscal year 2011-2012, the city of Hemet signed a franchise agreement with CR&R for solid waste collection and disposal services. At the time, the city was facing an estimated $4.8 million deficit in the general fund. The franchise agreement generated a consistent and legitimate source of revenue for the general fund. The agreement is a 20-year agreement and is expected to generate $94.8 million for the general fund over those 20 years. Currently, that annual payment is at approximately $4 million. The second amendment to the exclusive franchise agreement for comprehensive refuse services with CR&R prohibits discontinuing residential refuse service even when non-payment of a delinquency occurs. Residential customers who have not remitted required payment within 120 days after the date of the initial billing are notified by CR&R that if payment is not received within 15 days from the date of the notice, a 10% penalty and a 1.5% monthly interest will begin to accrue, and the city will be informed of the delinquency in the annual report. Pursuant to government code sections 38790.1 and 2583, the city may place delinquent solid waste handling service fees and charges on the property tax roll of the service parcels. Process for placement of delinquent fees on the property tax roll is outlined in both the Hemet Municipal Code, Chapter 62, Section 62-24, and in the franchise agreement. The process requires that CR&R deliver an annual report of the prior calendar year delinquencies to the city. The city then sets a date, time, and place for a public hearing, which is noticed by CR&R at their cost. Then, upon completion of the public hearing, the city may revise the delinquency report. The final report must be confirmed by the city council for placement on the Riverside County property tax roll. On June 8th, 2021, CR&R mailed a notice of public hearing to all of the residential customers listed on the report, informing them that the hearing would take place tonight, June 22nd at 7 p.m. And tonight, it is respectfully recommended that the city council conduct a public hearing to consider placement of the calendar year 2020 delinquent solid waste collection fees on the Riverside County tax roll, that council address any objections or protests received, and that council adopt a resolution confirming and authorizing levy of delinquent solid waste fees as a special assessment. There's no general fund impact as a result of it. CR&R pays all the fees related to the placement through their levy, and the city has a right to be reimbursed for all direct and indirect costs related to preparation and placement of the assessments on the tax roll. So this is something that has been done for several years. This amendment took place several years ago. I believe it was in 2014. It wasn't the first year that we had the service, but each year council has approved the levy.
Thank you. Thank you very much. At this time, I'm going to open the public hearing. City Clerk, do we have any comments that were sent in favor of or in opposition?
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Sir, would you like to come back up? And I'm going to give you 3 minutes again so that you can complete your, I think you left off at about 2014.
Correct.
Okay.
So that was going to be my question. If you wanted me to rewind or go to where I left
You can
off.
keep going because
Okay.
I don't want you to.
Right. So, yes, I spoke with city attorney on June the 3rd, city manager Wally Hill. He told me, and just going back to remind you, because my concern was if the tenants throw a car battery, medical waste in the trash, then whoever pays that bill is responsible for that trash. My concern is that I might end up going to prison for that, depending on what's in the trash. And he said, oh, great news, that you wouldn't serve more than 6 months in jail. You wouldn't go to prison. So how many of us would like to go to jail for 6 months? Wally Hill went on to say that the city council took on CR&R recently. This was back in, again, 2014, in a backroom deal between the city council and CR&R. So those were his words. He went on to say that's exactly why he doesn't own property in Hemet. Those were his own words. The city manager wouldn't even own property in the city he worked for. From my understanding, he was righteously terminated in early 2016, but walked away with a 6-figure payout to go away. So, and I was ordered to appear on June 24th, 2014 at the city council meeting, where I stood up and say the facts as presented. My question is this the kind of activities, these kind of extortionistic situations that the city council supports? Is this the kind of tactics, you know, these kind of lowbrow tactics where all of a sudden, you know, the property owner gets a bill that's delinquent and is threatened? If I had been out of town on a business meeting, I would have missed the city council meeting. And guess what? I wouldn't have had any recourse. So is that the kind of tactics that Hemet City Council wants to enforce and that the people of Hemet want? I still remember about a decade ago when the financial crisis hit and Hemet made the national news for people being barbecued, gang members being barbecued in somebody's backyard. And property owners came in and purchased those properties and made the city and helped redirect the city to where it is now. But do we want to go backwards or forwards? And you know, what kind of tactics is the city council A-okay with? Thank you.
Thank you. If you would like to meet me tomorrow, you can come to my office at 11:30. Would you like to do that so that you can go over the details of what you're talking about?
Can we talk on the phone? Because I'm going to be.
Absolutely. Okay. Before you leave, if you can leave your number with the city clerk, and then I'll call you at 11:30 tomorrow. Thank you. Okay, we have one more public comment opposing, Mary Ann Darwin.
So funny you should talk about CCNR. I think we should really revisit their contract and what they do, and what they do as far as trash. Like today was my trash day for pickup, and one trash truck picked up both my trash and recycling, which is very unusual. Usually there's 3 trucks that come by. That's happened for the last 2 weeks now. So I don't know what they're doing, or maybe they've changed how they pick up trash, but I find it very odd that they make us put our trash into 3 different barrels and they're just dumping it all into one truck. So if I'm taking the time to separate it, I think, you know, we should see why they're not separating it on their end. Also to revisit, they only do 2 free pickups a year. And a lot of us, and there's a lot of moving, a lot of people that own rental properties. They have people that leave stuff. What do? You know, you have to pay somebody, but yet you're still paying your trash bill. So I think that they should at least allow us a little bit more than just 2 free pickups a year. And also, I had a few things that I needed picked up. So I was able to combine my 2 free pickups into 1, but that's only 4 items. So they only allow you 2 items per pickup. So I was allowed to put 4 items out there, and then any other additional items, it's $30 for any additional items that they put out there. Well, I put out 4 items. They picked up 3. And they charged me, and they left 1, and I got rid of the 1, and then they charged me for a 5th one that was never even out there. So now I have a bill for $30 that they're saying that I have to pay, but they didn't pick anything. They didn't even pick up what I had out there. They left it out. They left 1 item out there out of the 4, and then said I had 5. So now they keep sending me a bill. I've called them to explain this to them, and they hung up on me. So I really feel that this is an issue that's come up before in city council. Last year it came up when they're also making people that just own property, don't even have a house, they just have property, and they're making them have a trash can on their property and making them pay for trash when it's an empty field. There's not even a house. So I really feel that this contract should really be revisited, and to see where we do stand, since we sold it so long ago out of our water, that really we should really take a look at how they are treating us as far as picking up our trash. Thank you.
Okay, if there's no other comments, I'm going to close the public hearing. You have comments too? Oh, yeah. Yes. Come up and speak. And then when you're done, if you just fill out a speaker slip with a city clerk here. Okay. What's your name?
Pamela Marshall.
Thank you.
Sorry. I received a letter for CRNR on June 8th as well. It's for my rental property at Palomar. And I received a bill for 129.07, and I called them to let them know that we did not live at the property, it was a rental, and the tenant had moved out at the end of 2020. So I asked them why were we being charged for this bill if we were not responsible for it. So they did say they tried to reach out to the tenant, but they could not. They sent out letters, but they had no response. So so when I called, so the bill says it's 129, but when I called, they said I would have to pay close to $500 because of late fees and stuff like that. But this is my first time getting a notice in June from December to June. So also, I tried to reach out to the tenant because she since moved months ago, so with no response. So I just don't understand why, like I said, we're being held responsible for this when we did not live there and the bill was not ours. So I understand it needs to be paid, but I just feel like it should be the tenant's responsibility since it was her account and not mine. So that's it.
Excellent. Thank you. Did you want to have a meeting tomorrow too? Yep. Make sure you leave your number with our city clerk. Okay. Perfect. Okay, I will close the public hearing if there's no one else here to speak tonight, opposed or in favor of. Okay, with that, we will bring that back to council for direction, action.
Mayor, if I may, we do
Yes.
have Alex from CR&R on the call. So if
Okay.
there's any questions for CR&R, he can address those.
Hello there, Alex. Hi there, Alex. Did you have any comments that you would like to make?
Alex, you're live with the council meeting now. And you've muted yourself. We're just waiting momentarily while he unmutes himself.
I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Now we can hear you.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Are there any comments that you'd like to make?
Yeah, all I was saying is that any customers that were there tonight, we would be more than happy to work with them on their particular issue. If I'm not there tonight, obviously, but if someone could grab their information for us, we will be calling them back tomorrow and making sure that their issues are addressed on a case-by-case basis.
All right, I will call you tomorrow with those phone numbers.
Thank you very much.
All right.
I just ask a question, Alex, if you're still on there, or if staff knows, what is the last day or date that people have to ask questions about and or challenge the amounts that are going on to their property tax bill?
The last date is July 28th.
Okay, July 28th.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
All right, are there any further comments? Yes, sir. Yes. Okay. Let me open this public hearing back up. Okay. I'm going to open the public hearing back up for item 13B. And now you may come and comment. And then before you leave, just check in with him. He'll give you a slip. That's okay. Yeah, we're flexible. Can you state your name? Will you state your name first?
Al Cunningham. Brad Cunningham's Al Cunningham. 5 registered letters went out yesterday. I don't know if anybody got them. the one to the mayor, Carly Meyer, one to Malcolm Lithenthal, one to Russ Brown, one to Linda Krupa. This is regarding a house, a rental in Hemet with a trash bill, 19 months old. And I'm going to give you the reasons why. The lady that rented from me 7 years ago had a stroke 2 years ago.
Will you pull that mic just a little closer just so that we can make sure everybody hears you? Thank you.
He had a stroke 2 years ago. And her family, her children, have moved in and is taking care of her health issues and paying bills. They thought the water bill was, the trash bill was part of the water bill, so it didn't get paid. I just got this notice of the public hearing and a $500 bill going on the taxes. This will be challenged in court. The letter that I sent you really asks the question of the city council. Do you think it's fair, reasonable, and equitable for a bill to go on for 19 months and then finally a bill sent out, it's due? Or should there be a statute of limitations on what CR&R can do? And I'm recommending a 3-month statute of limitations. The tenant has agreed to pay this $500. It's not an issue money, or not a issue of money. It's a issue of equitability. Do you think it's fair? I want to hear from each member. Do you think that's fair?
Well, we aren't going to comment tonight. That's just not how it works, but I'm going to call you tomorrow also,
Good. I'll leave my cell phone number with you.
please.
Thank you, by the way.
Thank you very much. All right, if there's anyone else here in the audience that would like to speak regarding trash, CR&R, wave your hand up, just jump up and dance. Okay, I will close the public hearing and we'll return back to staff. And Alex, if you have any other comments.
No, I do not at this time.
Okay. All right, council. So we have before us a resolution authorizing the delinquency fees be levied. What is your pleasure?
I'd like to, if Alex is still on the line, I'd like
Yes, he
to
is.
ask a couple of questions. Alex, thank you for joining us by phone. A couple of questions. You know, we've heard some comments tonight from customers that are alleging that the first notice that they got of delinquency was sometime after some late fees and penalties have been accrued. Can you explain what the billing process is and how CR&R addresses any delinquencies?
Sure. So we send out our bills on a quarterly basis. We send them out to either the billing address or the service address. In some cases, we send them to both. Most of the issues that we see that crop up on these tax roll issues is tenants, and they usually, you know, if they don't pay their trash bill, then the property owner is the one that's responsible for the bill at the end of the day. So if the property owner, for whatever reason, wasn't aware of it, then that's where usually we find issues. So what will happen is if there are delinquent accounts, and I think in him it's after 90 days, then a delinquent notice is sent out to, if we have the property owner and the service address, we send them out to both. We also use a service to cross-check if there is a different property owner name than the tenant's name on the property. So we try to do our best to send out notices to both the property owner and the tenant. And then at the end of the year, at the end of the fiscal year, around the June timeframe, we send out a final notice for delinquencies that are still pending for the prior fiscal year. So we try to send out notices on a quarterly basis, and then the notice at the end of the fiscal year notifying residents and/or property owners.
So Alex, if excuse me for interrupting, if you send out a bill on a quarterly basis and the bill is paid, then everything is square. The next bill comes out the following quarter, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, in a case where you send out a quarterly notice, a billing notice is not paid, when is the next action after that?
I'm not exactly sure. I don't have that in front of me here tonight. But usually we send out within 30 days a notice that the account from the previous quarter has not been paid. And I can confirm those days for you as well. But it's usually 30 days after the end of the quarter.
Yeah, I think it would be helpful for us to understand that billing cycle because you know, the common theme of the issues raised by your customers tonight has been a lack of notification. And so I guess it's reasonable to presume that if I get a bill and I pay my bill, there's no more communication until I get my next bill. But if I get a bill and I don't pay it, I would certainly hope that you don't wait till the next quarter to notify the person that they're delinquent. So, and I know you don't have it in front of you, but you're speculating that if 30 days goes by and you've not received payment, delinquency notice goes out?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, it would
Or
be helpful.
notification. I should clarify, notification of non-payment.
Notification of non-payment. Okay. Yeah, it'd be helpful to me to be able to see what that process is. And just one other question. I'm looking at the list of delinquencies and there's quite a number of them and they're listed by, I'm trying to figure out what kind of sorting process we have here because at first I thought they were chronologically by APN number, but that didn't match. And they're not by street and they're not by amount. So I'm really kind of confused on you know, if we needed to research one of the accounts of people that spoke to us tonight, I'd have to scroll through this whole list to try to find that.
You would have to call Alex.
APN number.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'd have to call you. So just a suggestion that, you know, these be sorted maybe by APN number. That might be the most practical way.
Sure. I will definitely talk to the office about that.
All right. Is there any other comments from council? Okay, so before us tonight is a resolution. I understand your questions, Russ. I think that you could probably get with CR&R, but do we hold up their process? Because we are really not involved in their billing process. Just a question. No, it's a question. So you guys talk about it. What's your pleasure? What do you guys want to do? Make a motion to go with staff recommendation. We've conducted public hearing, addressed objections, and to adopt resolution bill number 21-XXX, confirming and authorizing levy of delinquent solid waste fees as a special assessment. We have a motion. Do we have a second? I'll second that. Can we have a roll call vote?
Motion made by Councilmember Krupa, second by Mayor Meyer. Councilmember Brown.
Before I vote, could you
Yes, let's
entertain a friendly amendment to that? That,
How friendly is your amendment?
well, we've heard from CR&R representative that he's invited the people who spoke tonight to reach out to him to allow them to get that rectified.
And I believe they have until July 28th to do that.
Okay.
I'll get them all in contact with him tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll be happy to talk to each one of those and resolve the issues.
Okay, with that, I'll vote yes.
Councilmember Krupa,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lilienthal,
Yes.
Mayor Meyer.
Yes.
That motion passes 4-0 to adopt the resolution.
I have 3 people to call tomorrow, so I will be contacting all of you. And then I'll get you in contact with Alex from CR&R, okay? Just make sure that I have your phone number. Okay, with that, we will go back to item 13A. This also is a public hearing. If we could have the staff report.
Good evening, Mayor Meyer and council members. For your consideration tonight is the draft substantial amendment to the 2020-2025 Consolidated Plan and 2020-21 Annual Action Plan due to a reallocation of CDBG coronavirus funds from a canceled project. The CDBG CV grant funding is for projects to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus. The substantial amendment to the Consolidated Plan and the Annual Action Plan has been available from June 14th to 18th for the required 5-day public review and comment period per approved HUD waiver. As of today, no public comments have been received. The 2020-2025 Consolidated Plan identifies priorities and is a strategic plan with goals and objectives for CDBG funding. The Consolidated Plan is carried out through annual action plans, which is the statement of the city's needs, goals, and objectives for allocating funds to eligible activities recommended and approved for the 2020 program year. In order for the city to reallocate the $43,500 in CDBG CV funding allocated for 2020-2021, HUD requires a public hearing and city council adoption prior to submission of the substantial amendment to HUD. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. With that, I'll open the public hearing. Is there anyone here from the public that would like to speak regarding these priorities for the CDBG funding?
I have no registered public comment.
That will close the public hearing and bring it back to council. Do you have any questions for staff? Yes. Just for clarification on this, the amount of money that we are reallocating or asking to reallocate with this amendment, why are we doing that?
One of the subrecipients that we had that received CDBG CV funding canceled their project. And so in order for us to reallocate, we need to do a substantial amendment to HUD to reallocate.
Thank you. My only question. Anyone else? Anybody else have questions? Okay, with that, what would you like to do? They're asking for us to authorize the city manager to sign the certifications and the amendment application. Chair of the ad hoc. You weren't the chair? Okay, I'll move staff recommendation to on the next page.
accept this substantial amendment and authorize the city manager to sign certifications and substantial amendment application for submission to HUD.
And I'll second.
Motion made by Councilmember Krupa, second by Councilmember Brown. Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Krupa,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lowenthal,
Yes.
Mayor Meyer.
Yes.
That motion passes.
And thank you to staff for all your hard work in that.
All right, item 13C. This is the public hearing on the weed abatement. Can we have our staff report?
Yes, I believe we have Chief Phillips on the line. Chief Phillips, can you provide the staff report on this item, please?
Yes, good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. What's before you is a public hearing for our weed abatement program. Letters have been sent out to property owners allowing approximately 30 days to comply with the abatement requirements. Property owners who fail to comply will have their properties abated by the City of Hemet contractors, after which the city invoices property owners for contracted services rendered, including a $250 administrative fee. If the property owner does not fully pay for the invoiced services, the city places a lien on the parcel, and all abatements should be completed approximately 90 days of the May 22nd council previously approved resolution. That concludes my report.
Great, thank you. We'll open the public hearing. Any comments opposing or in favor of? Seeing that we have none, we'll close the public hearing and bring it back to staff or council for questions.
I just have a couple questions on this. Chief, are you still on the line?
Yes, Councilwoman.
Do we send certified letters to people so that we get information back that they've actually received the abatement letters?
Yes, we do.
And is it in here that they have a specific amount of time?
Yeah, they have,
Go ahead.
yeah, they have approximately 90 days from the date of May 22nd, which was the resolution. That's when the original letters were sent out. And our staff is prepared to tomorrow begin that verification process, which will probably take about 5 business days.
And the property owner has the options or ability to either abate themselves or hire someone to abate? Are
Yes.
those the 2 options?
Yes, that is correct.
And then if that is not done, then the city would do it and put a lien on the property.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure that it is clarified and that people know what is happening when they get the letters and what their options are. And I would hope that we will put this out on social media to make sure that people do know that they have a responsibility to clear their properties of weeds and such things. That's all.
Other comments from council? All right. Now, I think the recommendation on here is worded a little funny, but you want us to approve this. Is that correct? You can see the wording.
Yeah, the staff report says the recommendation is to hold the public hearing, which we've just done. Just for clarification, is staff recommending that we approve the process and the timeline set forth in the staff report? I'll make that motion.
That's correct.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second.
Motion by Councilmember Brown, second by Mayor Pro Tem Lowenthal. Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Krupa, Mayor Pro Tem Lowenthal,
Yes.
Mayor Meyer.
Yes.
That motion passes.
Item 13D, another public hearing. So can we have a staff report?
It's a public hearing kind of night tonight.
It is.
We're trying to meet deadlines with the county. Tonight we have before you a public hearing to consider authorizing annexation of territory into the Community Facilities District Number 2005-1, which is the public safety, CFD, call a special election, declare the results of the election, and approve the levy of special taxes for such annexed territory generally located between Warren Road, Fisher Street, Mustang Way, and Poplar Street. And the tract number for that is 35393-1. The proposed annexation will have a maximum special tax in the amount of $433.58 per taxable unit per year for single-family residential units and a maximum special tax of $349.78 per multifamily residential unit. These rates will increase by the percentage increase in the consumer price index or 3%, whichever is greater, of the maximum special tax in effect in the previous fiscal year. The owners have filed a petition representing their willingness to move forward. If approved by the property owners and city council, the first year of levying the special tax will be fiscal year 2021-2022. And I believe the city clerk has the ballot.
Okay, I will open the public hearing.
There's no registered public comment, but we did receive the special election ballot measure by a representative for Saddle Point, and AKA Geoffrey Smith, who is unauthorized signer. And there was a vote taken as a yes for the special tax rate and method to apportion the Exhibit B in resolution entitled in the agenda packet for the Community Facilities District number 2021-01 Saddle Point. So that was a full yes, and they are voting in the affirmative for the APNs represented in the staff report, voting 71 votes on the assessable parcel numbers. And that is the full ballot measure and consent and waiver.
Close the public hearing. Okay, well, that was good. 71 votes. Any comments from questions for staff? So if there are no comments, do we want to adopt this resolution? You guys are all real quiet tonight.
We'll give this a shot. In the absence of a majority protest, the staff recommendation is the council adopt the resolution. And can we request that further reading be waived?
Mayor, if I may, just to clarify, it's all three resolutions. Is that your motion?
Yes, all three resolutions. One was open the public hearing, take testimony. Two was following the public hearing in absence of majority protest. And three, that the council adopt resolution 2021. And it's
And number 4.
and number 4, council adopt resolution 2021, number to be filled in.
Mayor, I see 3 resolutions. I know we wanted to waive the titles, but they are the resolutions that are in recommendation 2, the resolution that's in recommendation 3, and the resolution that is in recommendation 4.
Yes.
Okay. As long as we're clear, we have a motion on the table.
And I'll second that.
Motion by Councilmember Brown, second by Councilmember Krupa to adopt all 3 resolutions. Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Krupa, Mayor Pro Tem Lowenthal,
Yes.
Mayor Meyer.
Yes.
That motion passes 4-0.
Excellent. Now we will move on to item 14, consent calendar. All items on the consent calendar are passed upon a single action of the city council unless otherwise requested by an individual council for separate consideration. Is there anyone that would like to pull an item off the consent calendar?
not to pull, just for clarification, on, where is it? 14B,
Mhm.
that at this July 13th meeting, that we will receive a full presentation of the urban water management plan.
That's correct, council member.
All right, if no one wants to pull an item, I'll make a motion to pass the consent agenda.
I'll second that, and I think that's a first.
Well, you guys are creeping. All right, can we have a roll call vote?
Mayor Meyer, motion made by Mayor Meyer, second by Councilmember Krupa. Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Krupa,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lowenthal,
Yes.
Mayor Meyer.
Yes.
That motion passes to approve the consent calendar unanimously 4-0.
That was a record. Okay, item 15, discussion action items. We have 15A. City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. So as the council recalls, back in 2020, the council requested that city staff provide an update on COVID-19. As everybody knows, the reopening of California began last week. On, I believe it was Friday, Cal OSHA adopted guidance with respect to masks in the workplace that went into effect immediately. Staff has reached out to employees to let them know to self-attest. We will have that record on file, and then we will allow employees in accordance with the guidance issued by the state to remove the masks for employees while they're working indoors. So that's one of the most notable updates. In addition to that, at the last council meeting, council requested that we send a letter to the governor. We have attached the refined and revised letter in the backup. And then finally, just yesterday, the ad hoc committee had a chance, the CDBG ad hoc committee had a chance to review the applications for businesses that the council had approved in terms of a grant assistance program. And those applications were reviewed yesterday, and I believe the ad hoc was in agreement with the recommendations from staff to move forward on the first round of business grants for businesses in our community. So those are the most notable updates for the city. Happy to answer any questions, Mayor.
If you would, I didn't hear you clearly, but on the removal of masks, how are they determined?
It's
For
a
our employees?
self-attestation, so employees will just fill out a form saying that they've been vaccinated, and they will send that to HR.
So my question is, just because the state decides it's okay to violate HIPAA, how much liability are we going to get into when this goes to lawsuits? Because if I worked for the city of Hemet,
Yeah, so we're not asking for any sort of,
not requiring it.
yeah, not requiring them to provide any sort of doctor information, any sort of vaccination records. It's merely a self-attestation from employees to state that they have been vaccinated. That is one of the options that Cal OSHA provided. I believe it's probably the more flexible option. And so that's the option that we went with.
So if an employee does not want to disclose, then they're required to wear a mask?
That's correct. Based on Cal OSHA guidance, if an employee does not disclose that they've been vaccinated, then they are to be treated as if they are unvaccinated. That's correct.
So how is that not a violation of their rights? Because again, if I were an employee, it would be a violation of my rights.
We've had discussions with other city managers with respect to this specific issue. And we believe that the way that it's positioned and the way that it's stated doesn't open us up to those types of claims or issues. Again, we believe that based on the most flexible option that was included, that's the route that the city of Hemet will take, and that's the decision that we did go for.
So are we prejudiced to those who have health conditions?
Mayor, I think those questions are probably more suited for the city attorney. I don't believe that we are necessarily creating that issue for the city of Hemet, but I'm sure legal has a probably better answer, legal answer than I do.
I want to thank the city manager for kicking this question to me. You know, when you're talking about, Mayor, is a tension that this city, every city has been dealing with since the COVID-19 outbreak has occurred. Respecting the privacy rights of individuals and following the edicts that we get from the state. This council has expressed its frustration with those emergency orders and their continuing effect. Cal OSHA itself did a pretty abrupt about face. The version of the OSHA guidelines, the temporary emergency standards that we're dealing with right now, are significantly less strict than they were in the original draft form. And the governor issued an executive order to get them implemented immediately. The OSHA guidelines had several options for employers, how to verify the vaccination status of their employees. And as the city manager said, the least intrusive method was not to require the providing of any medical records or vaccination record, but was simply to have the employee state, I meet the requirements under Cal OSHA to no longer wear a mask. I can certainly appreciate the position that will put some employees who perhaps for medical reasons are unable to make that attestation, or for privacy reasons are unwilling to do so. I concur with the city manager that following the OSHA guidelines and picking the least stringent is probably the least, the path that exposes the city to the least amount of legal risk. I think between following that path, which simply requires self-attestation, versus embarking on a path that is clearly in violation of OSHA guidelines. As an employer, I think it's probably better to stick with the OSHA guidelines.
Well, in government class, I learned about how, the government has a chain of command, right? So we want to talk about Cal OSHA, but what about the United States Constitution? So at what point are we trumping, like who's trumping who?
Absolutely.
This is the part that makes me crazy.
And a perfectly understandable frustration. We've had to deal with the different levels of bureaucracy throughout this whole thing. We get CDC guidelines that are contradicted by state guidelines that are contradicted by other state guidelines.
I mean, what would happen if we as a city decided to recognize the freedoms of the Americans that live in Hemet? What would be our punishment?
So I think if we adopted a workplace COVID prevention plan that was not in compliance with the Cal OSHA guidelines.
I mean, I'm just saying adopt the Constitution of the United States and let it go from there.
I understand. The Cal OSHA guidelines require that the city have a COVID prevention plan that has those things. So if we did not adopt a plan that followed those guidelines, we would be potentially found in violation of Cal OSHA's regulations. So I think that when we're looking at which way to go, I mean, this is certainly something that if the council wants further information on, we can bring it back. But I think that the path of least risk is likely to follow like as city manager said, the least stringent option available to us from Cal OSHA.
The other side that I should add too is, as the city attorney has mentioned, we are required to have a COVID prevention plan in place. And I remember about 7 months ago, Cal OSHA was having, these sting operations where they were going into public agencies and issuing fines for not adhering to their COVID plans, not adhering to Cal OSHA guidance. And so we believe that the action that we're taking with respect to our employees is the least likely path that would open us to exposure, but still adheres to the Cal OSHA guidance. So it's definitely a balancing act. I can't say that it's been perfect, but I know that working with Cal JPIA, that they have been monitoring every single step of the way on a go-forward basis, because as we all know, with the laws that the legislature has passed, COVID-19 obviously kicks off, the workers' compensation process. And so that's why it was so important for us to do everything that we could at the very front side to mitigate those risks. So I completely understand the position, but in terms of the employees and us being a workplace that's under the guidelines of Cal OSHA, we are in a bit of a difficult spot, but we think that based on the path that we're taking, it's the most, I don't know if most liberal approach to this is, but it's definitely the most flexible and less intrusive path, all things considered. So that's why we made the choice.
And I know you guys are in a bad spot, so it's not you're trying to comply with these people. But, all right, I have one more question for you. Do we still need to be in a state of emergency? Because I don't think we need to be.
I think at any time the council is able to
But I mean, do you see like a
rescind that.
need to stay? I mean, we haven't even ever addressed it in quite a while, and so I just figured maybe we'll bring that up.
I know that the big push for that was for any funding that might come our way as a result of it. We probably should look at whether there's any sort of requirements with any of the federal funds that are coming our way for us to continue having that, but we can certainly research it and then have that at the next council meeting if the council desires that.
Speaking on this, I've researched this for another jurisdiction. There's no need to have a declaration, a local state of emergency, if we have a current statewide state of emergency in place, which we currently do, but that is going to be rapidly coming to an end, as you all know. And as the city manager said, it's mostly related to getting funding from the state and the feds. But if the state is ending its state of emergency, it's not like they're going to give you money just because you kept yours going. So if you would like to direct staff to give that research to this council and prepare those documents, it can. And then, Mayor, just to address your last point, if you would like additional research on ways to address the specific privacy concerns that you brought up, we can have that done as well.
I don't think the state cares, but it's okay. Thank you. All right. Are there more questions or comments? Sorry, I had some questions. All right. Well, should we direct staff to bring that back next meeting, research, and then if it's appropriate to rescind our state of emergency?
Because with the governor, quote, ending the emergency declaration or whatever, he's got some strings attached to that have dates going further out, I believe. I mean, it's just not, he's not giving up all his control just like that. So if we could get total information on exactly how it's going to not only impact the city employees, but also our businesses. And if there's any additional rules and regulations that they have to, any hoops to jump through, I think that would be well worth our while of knowing that collectively.
I actually have a fantastic Excel sheet that lists all of the governor's executive orders and when they are expiring, because that's the only way to keep track of them. Be
You
happy
update
to
it
summarize
daily?
that and get it to you in a memo as well.
Do you update it daily?
I don't personally, I have people for that, but yes, it is updated daily.
Okay, that's good. We'll leave that right there. All right, that sounds great. Item 15B. This is a resolution approving the investment advisory services. I know you have some comments on that. We're going to make some comments first.
I did. I brought up some issues with the city manager the other day, and Carly, I also talked with you today about them. And I had more questions than what we had answers for going forward on this. And I'd like to make a recommendation that we either pull it from the calendar for future consideration or give a date certain on when we want to bring it back. And then I would like to request a meeting with city manager, finance director, and you and I to really drill down on what we need on this and to get the updates on the financial reporting that staff is putting together for us before we go forward on this. Yeah, if we can maybe get that done to bring it back for next meeting, we should, I mean, it's 2 weeks, but we should be able to. We should be able to get it done in 2 weeks.
Questions answered. Okay, so we'll just pull this item
Thank
for
you very
future
much.
consideration.
Appreciate that.
Yep. All right, item 15C. This is approving Hemet's strategic plan.
Thank you, Mayor. If we could queue up, good, the presentation. So while John Paul is queuing that up, this item is the strategic plan. We did present this item as well as the budget to the council last week. So there are some very minor changes that we made to the strategic plan, but I wanted to provide an overview of this item to the community members that may not have been there. It's probably easier for me to just join the Zoom and participate that way. Okay, so here, just by way of background, item 15C, next slide, please. On January 29th, the mayor and the council held a special meeting to discuss priorities of the city. Council held a follow-up discussion on February 26th to finalize the goals for the city. And then since then, the city manager's office took the lead in planning for the fiscal year 21-22 budget, which obviously was a program-based budget. Next slide. As you can see here, the 5 priority overarching goals are listed here, including quality of life, economic opportunity, community engagement, partnership and collaboration, and organizational effectiveness. And I'm trying my best to read that just because my eyes are a little bit off. But as you can see here, back in May, the council hosted a community town hall type event where the council got specific feedback from members of the community. An exercise was held where groups were asked to provide specific action items with respect to the overarching priority goals. I believe we had a total of 11 items or 11 boards that were presented. And this is just some of the actual boards that were created that I think currently reside in my office right now. So I think the plan is to have them located throughout the various operations in the city to remind the staff of, what we all do this for, and it's, for the community. Next slide. So the components of the strategic plan are as follows. It includes a vision, a mission statement, values, as well as priority goals. Next slide. In alignment with the strategic plan, this year's budget process began with a running start based on the council meetings, discussions that were hosted earlier this year. We kicked off a program-based budget a few months ago, and that information allows the budget information to be gathered around the city's programs and services. The budget, as is included in the next item, shows the cost of a specific program and a method to evaluate the program's effectiveness and outputs through performance metrics. And then finally, this was done to provide a clear and more transparent picture of how much money is being spent on each program delivered to the community. So since last Monday's meeting, the following changes were made. Minor grammatical changes, collisions versus accidents that was discussed at the previous council meeting, standardization of the font. There were some instances where the font changed, so we fixed that. And then there were some instances where it went from black to blue font, and we fixed those items throughout the document. So with that being said, the final version is in the agenda packet. We're happy to answer any questions or field any other comments from the council should there be any, Mayor.
Right, any more comments, questions? I think you did a great job with this and ready to approve it? You guys ready to go? You want to do it, Russ?
Yeah, I'd like to really applaud staff for all the work that they did and particularly collaborating with council through the whole process that got us to this point and capturing the essence of council's direction. And with that, I'm happy to make a recommendation that we adopt the strategic plan as presented.
Second. Motion by Councilmember Brown, second by Mayor Pro Tem Lowenthal. Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Krupa,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lowenthal,
Yes.
Mayor Meyer.
Yes.
That motion passes 4-0 to adopt the resolution.
All right, next item 15D.
Mayor, could I make a comment on it? At adopting the strategic plan, that sometime in the near future, that maybe we have a session with some timelines connected to some of these and some clear direction on how we implement a lot of the partnerships and a lot of the community involvement so that we continue the process and don't just have a strategic plan on a piece of paper, because it is a good plan and it's well done. Staff has put in a lot of work, council put in a lot of work, the community put in a lot of work, and this has to move forward. And I think the only way is to really establish the guidelines and the goals and the time frame going forward.
And part of why we've kept the ad hoc in place for the year is to keep it rolling like that. Yeah, perfect. Okay, item 15D, our budget for this next year.
Thank you, Mayor. So as I mentioned, this kicked off a few months ago with a new process. The look is different. The way that it's laid out is different. There's clearly alignment with the strategic plan. And then obviously it was a team effort. The executive team all the way down to the line level staff was involved in putting this document together. So as I mentioned, this began with a running start based on the council discussions held in January and February. This did include, from the very front side, program-based budgeting approach, which I mentioned in the previous presentation. We did this to increase transparency, provide a clearer picture to the community about the dollars that are being invested in staff, in maintenance and operations and other expenditure line items. Next slide. So some of these budget highlights in fiscal year 21-22 include ROC 7-day-a-week coverage. There are no reductions in this budget. Additional personnel for 20 part-time ROCs personnel, funding for 4 community cleanups, increases for impacted bargaining groups, including SEIU, HMMA, and HFFA. We have added an additional FTE in parks, thanks to the ingenuity of the Public Works Management team. We've included a housing program in community development to centralize that program in the Community Development Department where it does belong. Upstaffing of Station 5 to a full engine, city employee recognition events, medic squad overtime for Station 1, an HR analyst for public safety, police and fire, as well as a new format and a new feel for the budget. Next slide. So based on last Monday's discussion, there were some changes that were included in the budget based on what was included last week. Those include updated election costs. We have more accurately defined what the election cost, the special election cost is. The difference between the refined election cost has been moved into a part-time staff allocation in the city manager's office. I think Council Member Krupa and Brown saw the value of some of the part-time staff that we've added in the city manager's office based on the ad hoc committee meeting that they had yesterday. We've included debt service payments for the interfund loan that council approved back in 2020. 2021 is the first year where that interfund loan payment is due. There were minor grammatical changes, minor grammatical fixes, and then the budget message was included in the document in the backup. Next slide. There were a couple questions that came up at the council special meeting last week, and I wanted to just briefly touch on those. There was a question about internal service charges in the council office. Those total $40,000, and those costs cover the costs for the city attorney, liability, IT, which includes software maintenance, setup of various special meetings, and laptops and all the devices that go along with council members. This also includes facilities, internal service charges. This does include the setup, tear down of council meetings. I didn't want to get into the detail of all the labor hours over the course of a year, so I'll spare those details. In addition to that, there was a question about the grants management program. By centralizing that program in the city manager's office, there was a question about the cost for that program. And those expenses are primarily for the CDBG program and the subrecipient contract amounts for that specific program. Those expenses were housed in the finance department. With the movement of the grants program to the city manager's office, we did move the allocation of that funding to the city manager's office, since that's where the work will be coordinated. That concludes the notable changes from last Monday. Happy to answer any questions or any follow-up from the council, Mayor.
Excellent. Questions or comments from council? Yep.
I'm going to go back to the grants management again. Because I'm confused. I don't have any problem whatsoever in the areas of the salaries and the cost as far as salaries and fringe benefits. But the item that is the $569,000 for contracts, leases, rents, and taxes, you got to explain that to me, because if it's for grants and if it's for administering CDBG funding in addition to others, I mean, we receive $700,000 to $800,000 in CDBG. So does it cost us this much money to administer? I mean, that's 80%. I'm confused as to what is in there that would be considered contracts, leases, rents, and taxes.
So Lorena will take that question.
There you are.
Oh, we use that, those account codes to budget the expenditures related to CDBG. So any programs with any of the subrecipients are booked there. We still have to have authorization to spend the money. So it's established in that expenditure account for each subrecipient. And then it's a reimbursable grant. So we spend it first and then we're reimbursed. It ultimately doesn't cost the city anything. That's just where we place it in the budget.
Okay, because that makes sense, because for the most part, this is stuff that is spent and reimbursed. So there has to be an expenditure someplace for it. It just looks so out of place when we look at, you know, a grants administration, and it's going to cost us over $500,000 to administer grants. And is there any way that could either be footnoted for an explanation or somehow booked a different way so that it's more self-explanatory?
I don't know that we can book it a different way, but let me think about it.
Okay.
But we could definitely footnote it. So the difference between what our total grant allocation is and that part, that $500,000, is the cost of administration, the staff, the portions that go for code enforcement as well.
Okay.
So anything that's kind of an internal program that doesn't fall within like a contract type thing, such as staffing, is not in that amount. That's why it looks like it's separated.
Okay, I actually understand that one, but yes, if it could somehow, explanation somehow with a footnote.
Like on that page, if
that
it would
it's
just
not
said it,
really
so
a
just at the
cost.
bottom, everything is included.
Okay.
Okay, that's all I have on that particular one. I do,
Yes. Oh, go ahead.
I do have a question on the funded positions going into this next year. And the biggest question is dealing with police, with the police department. And if you look at that, the information on there in the funded positions, that in 1920, PD had 133.2 positions funded, and we did cut. We cut positions that we knew were not going to be filled. But are we being too conservative going forward with maybe not adding back positions that could be filled? And I'm going with whether it's CSOs or sworn officers or whatever it is. In formulating these programs that are going to go forward, what I don't want to do is to have anybody look at the budget, and I'm talking staff, and say, you cannot hire any more, especially in public safety or in police, because it says in this document that this is your limitation. Does that make sense?
Well, there is a maximum that's included in the budget because we wouldn't be able to add positions without some sort of formal document that comes back to council that allocates or appropriates additional funding to cover that new expenditure. So that's really how that would happen. I know that we've got a number of vacancies in the police department right now that I know that Chief Poos is looking to hire as fast as he can. But that's really what we have here. It is a balanced budget. It is, we're not deficit spending in this budget. Obviously, as revenues continue to tick up, I think what my perspective is on this is part of the big desire of the council was using technology and data to make better decisions. So part of what we'll be evaluating in the upcoming year is what areas in any of the public safety operation can we add types of personnel to alleviate the things that are going on in that department. So for instance, if we figure out that we've got a bulk of man or just employee hours responding to priority 1 crimes in progress, well, that probably ties to having more sworn personnel boots on the ground. However, with Chief Poost's transition to more CSOs, if we find that we've got a significant backlog of reporting that's needed to follow up on a police report that doesn't necessarily require a sworn officer, then those are the types of things that we will bring forward to council. So it's really adding personnel in a strategic manner and having the data to back that up for the council so that the council can expect and see this is why we're adding personnel in these specific line items. Because as far as I'm concerned, when it comes to any personnel additions in the city, it's not just because we're busy. It's because there are specific things that we should expect as a result of adding personnel on that side to alleviate the workload. And whatever that workload is, the team has to do a good job in analysis and analyzing that and figuring out what that is versus just saying adding personnel for the sake of adding personnel.
I agree with that. My concern is, and we've had this conversation before, in that if there are monies available in Measure U and the need arises to supplement, say, the boots on the ground, to allow them to do proactive policing instead of reactive policing, that are we limiting staff's ability to do that in a speedily manner, or are we going to get bogged down in the, and I'll say it, in the bureaucracy of having to then come back to a council meeting and reapprove additional expenditures and then go through that whole process again. And that's my concern, is that can we be reactive in a positive, fast manner when the need is there?
I think the reality of it is, and I'm just going to be real, we've had a significant challenge in hiring police officers. And so I think up until we get to that point, I don't necessarily believe that adding funding for the sake of adding funding without the demand being there is necessarily the right approach that we need to take right now. But it's certainly something that we can monitor on a go forward.
And I would agree with that philosophy. Again, I just don't want us to be behind the curve in allocating or in planning to go forward.
And I would agree with that philosophy if I were the city manager. But us sitting up here, we stand for something. And so this is definitely a conversation that we need to have. I mean, there's some other things that need to be discussed before we get to that maybe, but Russ, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to comment too. I think the difference this year that we haven't had in previous years is we have a strategic plan that's tied to the budget, and it's a program budget. So I think that puts us in a better position to more rapidly address staffing needs as situations arise, and maybe not be quite as cumbersome as previous budgets. We kind of handcuff yourselves. So I think that with this program type budget, we're in a better position to respond to, maybe unforeseen circumstances that impact us. So I would hope that we're in a better position to do that. Just one comment I have while we're talking about police. I'm really pleased to see the emphasis put on traffic enforcement. One of the things that I think all of us hear quite a bit about is the fact that there's an awful lot of scofflaw drivers that treat stop signs and red lights as suggestions and speed limits as suggestions. And so I think putting an emphasis on traffic enforcement, it'd be nice if we could rely on everybody to have voluntary compliance, but unfortunately we know that that's not possible. So I'm happy to see the emphasis put on that.
And then to add on to what Russ Brown was saying, this budget also appears to be designed in a way that, okay, so if we need to add or take away anything, we have metrics in place that could say, okay, so far this plan has allowed for this to happen, but then we can kind of project into the future based on some of the metrics that we get as far as the data is concerned, that we can make a decision like, okay, so we can probably scale back on the funds for this particular program because it looks like the program is over budgeted for. So then we could take the money and then use it for other, if it's hiring more individuals in the police department or fire department, or just adding more services to maybe a more struggling program. So this type of organization, I think, is a responsible way to handle things. So we're making decisions based on data and not based on fear or anything like that.
Agree. Okay, so what I want to, we received an email, I believe today, and it was regarding, so starting July 1st, our payments start coming out on that interdepartmental loan that we did with ourselves. Okay, So I'm doing the math on this, and don't be mad because I voted no against it, but what this is doing by borrowing money from the diff fees and paying the interest back to the diff fees is giving one whole officer year's salary to the diff fees and taking it out of Measure U. And so the reason that I requested this information for everyone to see is because, do we really want to do that? And that's something that we can decide tonight with our, with this budget, because I mean, 150,000, it's at least $150,000. And it's the same as a fully burdened officer. So I think that we need to have a conversation about that and decide if that's really what we want to do. It starts July 1st, our first payment. Just give your opinions. There's the Measure U sheet is included on there, the fund balance.
Yeah, I certainly recall, all of our discussion on how to fund the fire engine, and we had one option of taking the lump sum cash out of Measure U and paying it. So had we done that, that money would have not been available in Measure U. So I guess
Are you looking at the balance in front of you?
I'm not looking at it right now. I'm just.
Yeah, you should pull it up, because it would definitely, if we paid $2,672,000 and paid everything off, and our fund balance is, what's our final fund balance is, well, this is all, I got to look at the one that says without. It's almost $9 million. So if you look, you got to compare. So you got to compare if they compared and did the math for us. If there's plenty of cash flow. So my point is that we're willing to take one whole funded officer and put them into the diff fees and tell the citizens that voted for Measure U to be put for public safety. And then this is the biggest violation that we've ever done by taking the money and putting it in another fund.
But if we had taken the money out of Measure U to buy the fire engine, it wouldn't have been in there to be
We have a
Measure U
surplus of like $14 million. So I think it'll be okay.
So I'm not sure what you're advocating. Are you saying
think
that
that we
should
need to
just,
pay the
instead
bill?
of making the payments
Uh-huh.
and pay it in full out of Measure U back to the
Done,
diff?
instead of taking it out each year. I mean, even budgeting wise, if we paid the bill, the money's gone, and then we won't have this goofy column of, reserved appropriations. I mean, it would just be done because the millions of dollars are sitting there. It only makes sense, and as a bookkeeping person, I mean, I think it would be easier for bookkeeping just to write a check instead of continuing to make payments to itself. We just need to think about it. I mean, I think that it is a topic that we need to discuss. The cash flows shows right here on this page. So the top two show fiscal year 2021 and then 21-22 with the loan. Okay. So the ending balance at the end of June 21-22 will be $9 million. That's if we the loan. If we pay everything out and not pay the extra $150,000 of interest to the diff fees, our Measure U balance in June 2022 is going to be $7 million. I think $7 million in the bank is still a good amount of money.
And then Mayor, if I could just clarify that there was an updated Excel spreadsheet that we sent probably at around 6 o'clock. The previous version had an inadvertent expenditure. So open up the Excel spreadsheet that it's in your inbox. Thank you, Mayor.
I forgot to talk to you on the phone about this, Linda. when I was talking to you, I forgot to talk about this, but
Two different things. Okay, I already looked at that one. Now I have to look at this one.
Question for Lorena. The July 1 payment, that's an internal payment that affects only the city's bookkeeping at this point. Can be made on July 15th or August 1st so we can look at this again.
Yes.
Yes.
It can
Can
be
we do
looked
that?
at. I mean, it's due July 1st, but
I mean, it's because it's internal, so it doesn't,
It's internal.
yeah.
So, and with this updated spreadsheet, it takes more
Well,
than 2
pretty much
minutes
the
looking
difference
at it.
is $9 million at the end of next year or $7 million. Depending if we pay it all up front, or if we take out a loan and then pay an extra $150,000 of Measure U money to the diff fees. So my whole point in all of this is the balance in our Measure U fund is substantial. And so I bring this back to Linda, to your conversation of the boots on the ground. And I know, Chris, we've talked about this. The difference between your job and our job is we made promises. If your staff doesn't fill those, the money's still in the bank. If the positions don't get filled, if you can't hire for whatever reason, the money's still in the bank. But as a council and setting policy, and we're saying, you know, I would be okay to say, Chris, allocate $1 million out of Measure U and figure out if you want them to be CSOs or officers. You could do 4 and 3 or whatever you guys think the configuration is. Okay. I think that's important to me because I voted no on the last 3 out of 4 budgets because of the very fact that we keep saving the money instead of spending it on public safety. And tonight will be no different. Now, another issue that I would like addressed, and I kind of talked to Chris about this in our meeting this week, is our lack of technology in the GIS department. Here, I just thought that we had this technology. I feel like we need to give staff as a council tonight. We don't have an amount, but I think that we need to direct staff and say, by Q1, we want you to bring back a budget proposal or a budget allocation adjustment to include GIS in our first responding system. I mean, we don't have it. We may have portions or parts, but we don't have a full system. I can't even believe that. We have the money right here. We need to do it. And as far as our medic unit, I know we're trying to be creative with our numbers, but it's the same thing. We're going to staff it for 3.5 days and we're going to keep a fund balance this big, millions of dollars. So I think that these are $1 million out of 4 from the police department and almost 3 out of the fire department would increase the services in our city. Because I think, I mean, I understand we have talked, you've done all your teams and everything else, but from a council member's perspective and from what we have, and Russ, you'll be able to understand this better than I can explain it. But right now we're going call to call. There's a call on the board. There's a call on the board. There's a call on the board. I sent you a call on your computer. Just listen to your scanners. And having the quality, whether it's the CSO or the officers, so that the people don't feel rushed. When, as we are growing, we need to increase the quality of what we're doing. Somebody else can talk.
Well, I'd be interested in the city manager's or Lorena's perspective on the mayor's suggestion that take the first suggestion of making the lump sum payment to pay off the DIF loan. First blush, that seems to make sense because conceptually, I think when we were thinking about it, saying, well, we're going to borrow from the DIF, but we're going to pay it back. And we're, instead of paying a lending institution the interest, we're paying ourselves the interest. So at one point, that discussion seemed to make sense because we would be enhancing the DIF funds for the future fire station in District 5. So that made sense. But looking at it now with a Measure U surplus, it also makes sense to make a lump sum payment if you can afford it and not pay the interest, even though the interest would be to our benefit in the DIF.
And don't forget that was during
The
COVID.
DIF still gets.
That vote was during COVID too, so that could have been a contributing factor because of the instability of what was going on.
Well, that's certainly true too. So, gotta get the city manager's thoughts on that.
Yeah, just a couple thoughts on that. From the accounting perspective, you've got to, program this out for the next 5 years, whatever the term of the loan agreement is. It's going to require staff time to make sure that it's there. On one hand, it makes a lot of sense to just fund it, be done with it, and move on to the next. When it comes to the available fund balance, what the worksheet doesn't show you is that on a 5-year term, if we were to push this out, you would eventually start to see in the interfund loan scenario that your fund balance starts to decrease because you're paying that payment over time. And so in this instance, yes, you have a higher fund balance available, but you're going to end up paying the total amount, the 2.7, one way or the other. Do you either want to pay it now or do you want to pay it later is really the question before the council as far as I'm concerned. Paying it now would have an immediate impact on your fund balance immediately, but you don't have to worry about it for the next 4 years. If you do the loan structure, you have a bigger fund balance, but over time it slowly starts to just chip away because you're paying the payment. I can agree with the mayor when she states that, COVID was, on the forefront of everybody's mind and we didn't know what that might look like. So in one respect, it was more of a kind of a cautious approach to take it. The way that we have it now, we've got a better idea of what COVID is like. And so from a staff perspective, we would be okay, perfectly okay with making that payment right now and, moving forward.
Well, there's an old saying that hindsight's 20/20, and you're right. The decisions that we made during the COVID period oftentimes were conservative decisions because we didn't really know what the future held. We have that hindsight perspective now, so I could support just paying it off out of the Measure U fund balance. That would make sense today.
So look at the very bottom table and paying it off for the end of the year, it would leave our fund balance. The total would be $7 million. So above are the allocations. Top one is police, the bottom one is fire.
Are you looking at the spreadsheet that we just got?
If you go all the way to the right, so past the ending fund balance, there's a few reserve amounts taken out, which that is questionable too, which, I don't think Measure U was put into place for reserve, but that's okay. It's conservative. So you see the ending, it's a smaller size number, the 7,038,000. So that is our fund balance. And so what I'm suggesting is in the approval of this budget, if we change and pay this bill instead of making a loan, I think that we should instruct staff to bring back a GIS proposal sooner than later. I mean, I don't feel like we need to necessarily say first quarter, but it needs to be done. And they need to know, because in our strategic plan, we put on there using technology to be efficient. I didn't know until yesterday that we didn't have this. But I feel like knowing where the hotspots are would help both of our chiefs responding with a lot of, whether it's proactive or things like that. I would suggest that. I would say that we need to allocate $1 million of this to police personnel, and they can come back with a proposal on their staffing numbers. Like, right, Chris, if we said we want an additional $1 million of Measure U used for staffing, you guys could decide if it's officers or CSOs based on your programs.
We could, yes.
Could do that. And the same with the medic unit. You can bring that back as a proposal when you bring back having 24-hour coverage. I think I heard Linda say it. The medical is a big part of what our city has going on. And so you could start 24-hour coverage July 1st and come up with a plan on how we could be creative and go forward.
Yeah, one of the things that I do want to caution the council with is we've done a pretty good job of getting away from spending one-time monies on ongoing expenses. That was the issue that the city found itself in during the 2015 state audit. We're still under state audit. So just from a management perspective, I just want to make it very clear to the council that it's not something that I recommend. It's not something that I advise, because we're getting back to the problems that originated back prior to 2015, where one-time savings account were used for ongoing expenses. So as a hypothetical, using $1 million based on the available fund balance for the police department, and let's do a hypothetical example to assume that they're able to hire those personnel. In 4 years, your fund balance is gone. So the question then becomes, has the city grown its revenues specifically for PD for $1 million for ongoing expenditures? And we all know that the unfunded PERS liability will continue to grow. So from a management perspective, I want to make it very clear that that's not something that I would recommend, because it does go back to the old habits of the city of Hemet, deficit spending, using one-time monies to fund ongoing operations.
Well, I'm gonna add something here. And you want to say one-time monies for Measure U. We've never had Measure U until these 10 years. So really, to me, these are 10 times monies, because these come in for 10 years. And if you want this to be forever money, then we've got to get our butts in gear and we need to start making a difference. And so I look at this as, it doesn't have to be 10 times monies if we do a good job. And so the people in our city want a win. And I think that it's a little bit of a faith thing for us. We have to trust that our staff will do it. And Chris, I wouldn't ask you to do it if I didn't think you could, but I don't think this is going to put us in a bad position.
Yeah,
and I know you're not comfortable with it.
Well, like I said, the only way that the city has accrued a $4 million balance, a fund balance for the police department, is because the expenditures haven't been expensed. So what I mean is that, yes, that is a savings account. So this year, just like in every other year, when expenses don't come in at 100%, you generate some savings. Once those savings are accrued over the course of a few years, you do generate a fund balance of that dollar amount. So really, unless we don't anticipate spending that money, that's the only way that you're going to generate savings. So that's what I mean by one-time revenues. That's how the city generated its one-time revenues previously, as one-time savings account. So the analogy is using your savings account to pay for your mortgage.
The
And if you-
savings account gets $10 million or more a year,
That's not your savings account. That's your ongoing revenue stream.
right? That's what I'm saying
The
though.
savings account is what you don't spend of that $10 million.
Right.
That's what I mean of the one-time revenue.
So it's, well, here's a question for you. How many police positions and fire positions did we get rid of in March of 2020? How many did we unfund? I'm sorry, did you unfund?
Well, the council approved the budget, Mayor. But off the top of my head, I don't recall. But I do want to take us back to a conversation we had.
I would like an answer first.
I don't
because
have it off the top of my head.
It was more than what I'm asking for.
So what I will say is back in January of 2020, Councilmember Krupa, Councilmember Brown, and you, Mayor, received a financial presentation regarding the financial model for the city of Hemet.
And I didn't agree with it.
And that model showed that if the city continued with its expenditure trends in the general fund, it would completely expend all of its savings, its 20% emergency reserve in just a few years. So keeping those positions funded and having those positions filled would have resulted in significant budget issues for the city down the road. Budget insolvency, fiscal insolvency, we all know what happens there. Even when we took into account the fund balances of Measure U to help offset the general fund costs, that was not enough to alleviate the issues. So really, over the last few years, and I'm going to give credit to where credit's due, the management team has taken an aggressive approach to right-size the financial ship. The city is still under state audit, and we've done our best to try and alleviate ourselves from the watch of the state auditor. And as a matter of fact, I had a conversation last week with the state auditor, and they mentioned that based on our trends and based on our patterns, that they felt that the city had made significant progress. I can't knowingly go back to the state auditor and say, yeah, we're going to program $1 million more in ongoing expenditures, even though we only have $4 million there.
Do we not get over $1 million each year in Measure U?
You're talking about adding $1 million of expenditures above and beyond the revenue stream that we get. That is deficit spending. So I can't tell the state auditor that the city council of Hemet has stopped its deficit spending by adding $1 million of ongoing expenditures funded through a one-time savings account.
All right, thank you. And now we're going to talk, because the fact of the matter is that we get well over. How much do we have budgeted for this coming year? $12 million coming in. And so if we get $12 million a year and we have a balance of $7 million, is that deficit spending? Or are we using words that we want to use to make the decisions and manipulate us, because we have to answer up here as voted in officials for that Measure U money?
I'd like to add something, Mayor. We're not manipulating. If you look at the revenues that projected are for Measure U.
Don't think that it's time for you to talk right now.
Well, I want to clarify a comment that you made. $12 million of revenues projected for Measure U. In that same table, expenditures are projected to be $13.584 million. Adding an additional $1 million of expenditures will bring that up to $14.584 million, meaning the additional $3 million is not coming from your ongoing revenue stream. It's coming from fund balance. That's the only comment I wanted to make there, Mayor. Thank you.
You keep making so many comments that I can't even clarify all the comments that you are making. So we need some time to talk now. This has been referred to, the spreadsheet has now been referred to as the savings account. Not going to be.
One of the things that just keeps cropping up in my mind as listening to this conversation is the term one-time funds. And right now, with Measure U having a sunset, I have to consider Measure U as one-time funds because we have no assurance of what's going to happen when we hit that sunset and the voters say, no, we're not going to re-up for that.
Well, it definitely won't pass if we don't start making change.
And that's the
We're not
dilemma.
bringing balance as a council, though. We're not bringing balance to this. We're bringing a fund balance. I mean, that's what we're doing.
And that's the inherent dilemma that I see is that I have to agree with the city manager's position that yes, it's nice to have that surplus there, but that surplus goes away once we start spending it. And the revenue doesn't necessarily continue coming in at the end of the expiration of Measure U if it doesn't get
5 more
renewed.
years times $12 million. You do the math real fast.
Well, I'm not going to sit there and try to do math in my head right now, but I'm just talking about the concept of the fact that there's not an endless guarantee of that revenue coming in because we don't know if Measure U is going to get renewed or some variation of it would be. So we have to consider, absent that crystal ball ability, we have to assume that it could end. And so that revenue stream ends.
So if you were a marketer and you were like, I have to market for this, should I make an impact in our city and hope it passes? Or should I save the money and hope it passes? Like from a marketing standpoint, what would you think?
Well, I don't play the market.
No, I'm saying like a marketing, someone
I
who.
understand the question, but I think we have to, especially since we're still under the state audit, we have to be fiscally prudent with decisions that we make. I'm not saying that, I mean, certainly if we make inroads and we're able to put more boots on the ground is what we keep hearing, and we're able to enhance the patrol officers' free patrol time for proactive things, that's all good stuff. And if we make the improvements in the community with homelessness and blight and all of the quality of life issues, because it's not just cops on the street, it's quality of life. If we make those inroads, yeah, we're in a much better position to market a renewal of Measure U. But we also have to remember that technically it's deficit spending if we don't have any assurance of that revenue stream continuing. I mean, that's just how I have to look at it.
So you're telling me that $4 million minus $1 million is a negative number?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Well, I heard you just say deficit spending, so I'm trying to get that math.
I'm saying I have to look at it as potential spending money that we have no assurance that the revenue stream is going to be there. So if we hire personnel, we are incurring that cost. And there isn't a general fund revenue stream absent Measure U to support that. Is that correct? So if we're and believe me, I'm all in favor of hiring more people. If
It
we
sounds
can
like it.
reasonably. Well, believe me, I am, but we also have to be mindful of the fiscal situation long-term, not just what it is today. So
Where
somebody
do-
else can talk.
Just a couple questions. Where do we stand with the radio tower and the communication system that we're supposed to be going to with public safety in the county? I mean, have all of those funds been allocated? Is it all, where is it coming from? And I'm really interested in getting more information, and I think we need it on the GIS. What exactly does that mean? Is it life-saving, cost-saving? Is it a combination thereof? What does GIS do for us that we're not getting done now?
Well, just broadly speaking, GIS is an acronym for Geographic Information Systems, but it's an opportunity to visually provide information geographically. So for instance, if you've got crime data and you're able to put that on a map, and let's say it's updated daily, weekly, you can visually see throughout a community where there are hotspots that are triggering.
And
And
we have part of that type of system now in tracking our vehicles, especially PD vehicles, correct? I mean, we know at any given time where our vehicles, where our personnel is out in the field?
Yeah, that's a very simplistic view of GIS, yes. But what I'm referring to is using GIS and other data techniques to deploy resources. So that may give rise to, if we put fires on a map and we're able to identify that there's a specific concentration of fires going on in the community, that may help with deploying resources versus being purely reactive. You start getting into the mindset of being proactive versus reactive. So it's really changing the mentality of how we deploy resources across the board, not just for public safety, but across the agency. That was embedded in the strategic plan of using data to make better decisions. So that's really in a nutshell what it's all about.
Okay, then to go back to the radio and the communication systems, has all of that been paid? Because I believe that was a big ticket item, at least on the radio tower and communication, it was a couple $1 million, correct?
Yeah, so the question is really about whether we want to fund it or pay for that with the interfund loan, or just straight up pay for it all at once, which is the question before the council. And that's, I think, about $2.9 million.
It's $1.9 million and it's already been budgeted.
That's for the radio system, but then also for the fire apparatus.
That's the $2,672,000. Total, yes, between the two. So it's $1,933,000 for the radio system, which is split between police and fire, and then $738,000 for the fire engine and its upfit.
Total overall is 2.7.
And as I said before, I could certainly support paying that out of the Measure U fund balance and not have the ongoing interest payments that would be going to the diff. That makes good, prudent sense to me now. What I'm concerned about, and you hear a lot of talk about cities trying to pay down on their unfunded PERS liability. And I think there's an opportunity that we should look at that because that is just going to keep going up and up and up. And at some point, we need to start paying that down when we can. Now, the question would be, is that an appropriate expenditure of Measure U if it's for public safety PERS liability? I don't know. I don't think that's the intent of Measure U.
Yeah, what do you think the people would say? They'd feel that?
I don't think that that's the intent of Measure U, but that's another downstream fiscal impact that we need to be thinking about in the big picture too.
So Chris, you agree with everything Carly brought to the table except for hiring, like setting aside $1 million to the police department.
I won't support, just from a management perspective, the use of fund balance to pay ongoing expenditures.
You know what we should do? We should just back out all of Measure U from this budget and then redo it, because we're using one-time monies for what we want to use it for. but not for what we are asking for.
So there's a difference. There's two buckets. Ongoing revenue stream. Ongoing revenue stream for the city of Hemet as it relates to Measure U totals $12 million. Based in previous years, when that allocation, when the revenues came in at, let's say, $10 million, the police and the fire departments, hypothetically speaking, only spent $9 million. That difference between 10 and $9 million generates a savings of $1 million. You only generated that $1 million because you didn't spend all of your 10. So that funding goes into a savings account. That savings account is what is being proposed to be used for ongoing expenditures. So the question really is, well, what happens when you don't generate that savings for your savings account anymore? And you deplete all of that funding that's in your savings account. Just based on previous history, the city hasn't made reductions to balance its budget. It's used ongoing revenues or savings account funding to keep expenditures on a go-forward basis. That's why the city ended up on the state auditor's watch list, because it was using savings account to fund ongoing expenditures.
So this available fund balance of $7,038,739 is already allocated to something?
No, that is the funding that has allowed for this proposed budget year to be allocated to invest in a fire training facility, to fund equipment in the police department, including new police vehicles, new motorcycle.
Talking about the fund balance at the
That-
end of June 2022.
But what I'm saying is that fund balance is being used to fund those items.
Where is that documented?
That's included in the budget.
This is the ending balance.
Wait, so the connection that I'm making for Councilmember Lilienthal is that fund balance in this fiscal year is being utilized, or in the upcoming fiscal year, to fund one-time purchases. That's the only connection I was making.
But the $7 million is the ending balance of the Measure U account proposed or projected for June 30th, 2022. That's the proposed ending balance after all the expenses.
That true, Chris?
Yes, the caveat being that that's with the interfund loan. That assumes that you're using the interfund loan. Okay, so if you don't use the interfund loan, that fund balance changes.
To 9 million.
If we, you're right, if we pay it out, if we pay all the loan out, the bottom table right there is paying the entire loan in cash and not using a loan. And that is what's left after everything that is budgeted.
7 million. But
Correct.
so, okay, where is this? Where does it on here talk about the 12 million that you're saying we already used?
I think Lorena wanted to say something.
I think what we need to focus on is the revenues, the annual revenues projected for 21-22 is $12 million. So I'm looking at the middle table, the one that says fiscal year 21-22 with interfund loan. So all that's doing is giving us the beginning fund balance, assuming that loan was completed, which it was on our books. Then we're adding $12 million of ongoing revenue. Unless the economy were to change, we can safely assume that next year, 22-23, we would collect likely another $12 million. Where we run into issues is the column, 2 columns over, it says expenditures. We're spending $14 million. We're spending more than we're bringing in. That means that we're taking from our savings account to be able to fund that fire training center, the.
Are you calling
demand
Measure U
overtime.
the savings account too now?
Not Measure U. This fund balance is not Measure U itself.
So what savings account is this coming out of?
This is the balance. So I compare it to if a person makes $60,000 in a year.
I just want to know what savings account is that money coming out of?
This is Measure U's savings account.
So we're
And-
calling it a
and the-
savings account now? Because I never got that memo.
The fund balance, that's what it is. It's a savings account. The cash in the bank, in excess. So anything that we've collected in excess of what we've spent, that's our savings account.
So if you can't see here, council, what exactly is going on is that we are not being free to make decisions without politicking at the dais by staff. Because now we're changing words and definitions. It's a general fund tax that is in the general fund. It is not in a savings account.
So I think there's a lack of clarity on what we're referencing that fund balance. That fund balance is left over after your budget expenses are taken care of. It's the equivalent of giving yourself $50 to pay for gas each week, and you only spend $45. That difference, that $5 difference, goes somewhere. If you've allocated that funding on the front side, that $5 difference goes somewhere. We're just saying that that $5 difference is going into the savings account. It's fund balance. It's extra money that you have that you didn't anticipate having. That's what that is. It's always been fund balance. For the sake of the conversation and members probably that are watching, we're trying to simplify it to differentiate from being ongoing revenue stream versus money that's left over after you've accounted for all your expenses. I hope that clarifies it.
I mean, I guess the point I'm trying to make is that voters did not vote in a city savings account. And so if we are trying to promote this and extend Measure U, I don't know why this is coming out of anyone's mouth. Now, what I would like to know is you're referencing your $14 million of expenditures, or it would be 13 million if we do the interfund, or we don't do the interfund loan. How much of that money is for a project and not for ongoing expenses?
If you go to page 20, I'm sorry, 27 of the budget. Give me 1 second. At the top of the page, there's a small table that gives us the Measure U fund balance. 27. Well, it's 26 and 27, but page 27 summarizes where we were assuming we were going to start the fiscal year 21-22. One-time use of fund balance is $2,157,000. Right below it, you see a line that says surplus deficit, add to reserve is $77,900. What that means is of the $12 million we're projecting to bring in, we're spending $11,922,100 of ongoing of revenues for ongoing costs to manage the day-to-day operations, to make sure that we have police officers, firefighters paid out of Measure U. So that's the difference between what's coming in and what we're spending for ongoing. The $2,157,200 is money that we're saying, okay, this is not an ongoing cost. The fire training center is a one-time cost. So this is where we're getting it from. We're taking it from savings. The $400,000 that we allocated to peak demand, we're saying we're only funding it for right now in 21-22 for $400,000. Then the equipment that the police department added to theirs is coming out of there as well. The payments for the debt service for this interfund loan is coming out of there. So that's coming from that savings account or that fund balance, that leftover money that we've had from prior years where our revenues exceeded our expenditures.
The question from a policy level is, what is it about the programmed expenditures that were included in the budget that allowed for a fund balance to grow to that dollar amount? That's really, from my perspective, the policy level question for the council, because that's what it's all about. And that was the approach that we took with the budgeting process, was to allocate the funding in the areas that we believe we're going to be able to spend that money. That was the shift that happened this year, versus continuing on the same 4-year plan and knowing that we're not going to spend all of that money. That's really the policy level question. I think Councilmember Lillian, or I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Lilienthal was spot on, that the way that the strategic plan and the budget was aligned was to clearly show where there's been success, where we can measure, how we move the needle, so that on a go forward basis, we're able to provide recommendations to the council about where we think we can move the needle even more. That's really what this budget is about. It's not about perpetuating previous year's budgets. It's not about perpetuating a plan that council didn't weigh in on. It's really about establishing the metrics, putting in the budget of what we think is actually going to move the needle. Because I'll tell you what, Chief Poost is eager to get this, Measure U program up and rolling, because we think that we're going to show some measurable impacts in the community by what's included in the budget. So I think what you'll see is measurable, visible updates, positive updates in the community based on what's in the budget. And I think we've done that because there are specific metrics in there that would help show that.
Well, I think the overarching issue for me is that, as much as I would like to see us fill vacant positions and put more people on the street, I think it's a much safer approach to use any Measure U fund balance for one-time expenditures. The GIS is a perfect example, because using funds for a one-time expenditure like that sets the stage for more efficient deployment of personnel and resources. So you're liable to see a more efficient workforce with that kind of information. Other kinds of one-time expenditures is the fire training facility. That's an appropriate use. It's not an ongoing, obviously, that there'll be some degree of ongoing expenses for the maintenance of it, but the capital outlay initially is a one-time expenditure. So I can fully support making good use of fund balance for those kinds of things.
Okay, so I did the math for you. And so let me tell you how much infrastructure you can put in from Measure U. After this year, we're going to have 5 more years, right? And if we stay at $12 million, it's going to give you $60 million of one-time monies to spend on projects and not enforcement. You can see us using that, right?
Well, if
you got to understand my argument, $60 million, and we're going to only use it for, it's one-time monies. So $60 million, and we're going to only spend it on hard items, equipment.
we're only talking about 21-22 fiscal year budget. We're not talking
Just said.
about fiscal year budgets.
This
5
is
years
part of what
down
we
the
do.
road.
We have to look at 5 years down the road, because this money is not one time, is my point. It comes in next year, and it comes in for 5 more years. So we are going to get another $60 million, and we can't put in a few more officers. Are you serious? Are you okay with that? You're going to vote on that?
We don't know. I mean, you can project that the revenue is going to be the same, but we don't know what.
Okay, let me take out 10 million. That is going to be $50 million. It went down to 10.
Okay.
Can keep going. We can just say it's
No,
gonna be
you
five.
don't, you don't need to be condescending
But
to me in this
$25 million.
discussion. I'm sharing my comments, my opinions.
This is fact. This isn't condescending. You said it and I'm putting the math to it. So you get your calculator out and do it.
I don't need to do the calculations. You can punch the
No
numbers.
problem.
What I'm saying is we have no way of knowing what fiscal impacts are going to hit the city 2 years, 3 years, 5 years down the road. We need to be prudent in our expenditures. And I can fully support one-time expenditures with Measure U fund balance right now. I'm okay with that. I'm not okay with trying to do something beyond that until we have a better idea of what we're going to be facing. That's why we do budgets 1 year at a time, because you don't know what's going to happen 2 or 3 years down the road.
And that's why I vote no on these every time. And I'm not a hypocrite, and I'm not going to vote yes again if we are going to continue to let our savings account increase and the people don't get to feel a difference, because we didn't vote in a savings account when I voted for Measure U.
Just for clarification, Measure U is being used for personnel
That's correct.
of what, 4 million in fire and almost 8 million in police.
Is that the exact amount, Lorna?
Those are their ongoing costs. So it's the personnel and then whatever their equipment or necessary items to go with that.
And the bulk of those expenditures are obviously personnel.
Just making sure that it's not just one-time purchases that are being expended through Measure U.
We specifically moved any of the one-time purchases to fund balance purchases and not in ongoing expenditures, because we placed the bulk of the personnel in ongoing revenue streams, and that's the ongoing that Lorena mentioned.
But if we go back to the, whatever it is, the 2.7 million that we're talking about with that interfund loan, I mean, it's a case of pay me now or pay me later. Either way, it's going to come out of the excess or savings or fund balance or whatever it is. Yeah, it's pay me now or pay me later if the funding is there. I'll go back to my concern earlier that if things come up during the year, and the GIS is a good example, going forward on that, I mean, that's a one time, and I think we need to do it. We need to absolutely get the information and say, yes, this is one of the purchases that's going to be made with Measure U funding. But at the same time, if for whatever reason, all of a sudden there is a need for employees in whatever sector of public safety that comes up, that we're not hamstrung by saying, oops, it's not in the budget, we can't do this. I mean, we need to be agile. We need to say, if this money is here, and if it comes out of fund balance, it comes out of fund balance. I mean, it still is Measure U funds. And yes, we need to be conservative. We need to be judicious in what we do in it, but we can't just shut the door on doing things that may come up just because, well, because we can't spend the fund balance. And I agree. I mean, I acknowledge completely that if the city cannot get the citizens to renew Measure U, we're in deep doo-doo. I mean, but the thing is, if we don't show any progress in the blight or the homeless or the graffiti or the speeders or whatever else, we definitely aren't going to convince anybody to spend that extra penny. So I mean, you end up being in a rock and a hard spot, but I think we need to be very concerned.
It doesn't have to be $1 million, but my point is in March, we were told that this would be brought back to us. And it has taken until now for the engine to be put back into place. And for half of, I mean, did you hear what she said? $40,000 is what was allocated to the overtime for the medic unit. So another
That was
40,
400.
400.
$400,000.
Yes.
Another $400,000, it would be 7 days a week. In our city, like that's a joke. And you look at this fund balance, we can't afford $400,000.
Well, and that's part of my point on this, that is if this is a trial program that is going to start out at a 3.5 day and is successful within a very short period time frame, then
It's
saying
been
let's-
7 days a week before COVID.
let's.
So
well,
my
that's
point
true.
is trial is a lame term. It's not a trial. We already know because we have the stats. And it's the same with the police staff. 10 police positions were cut in March. And if things were going to be okay, and if we were going to make it, it was going to be brought back to us. Have you seen it? So all I'm asking for is 4. And we can't even decide that. Or we're letting other people decide for us. We need to decide, what's it going to be? And if we say, oh, make sure you bring it back. If we had an overabundance of income during COVID. And have you seen it brought back? So are we going to sit here and pretend like something's going to change tomorrow? Or can't we just decide something? We need to have a little bit of faith here that we all know what we're doing, and everybody here and that works for our city is doing a good job. And yes, we want to be conservative and comfortable, but it's just like the workers' comp plan. We're saving money in this budget this year because of that change we made, and it was uncomfortable.
If I could add just a couple comments. The upstaffing of Station 5 is going to require a significant uplift to overtime. We know that based on the mutual aid that our fire crews have already responded to, that it's going to be a very busy fire season, which means our crews are going to be out on mutual aid calls across the state of California, which means we're going to have fewer staff available to work the overtime slots here in the city. We also know that there's going to be $400,000 allocated for the medic squad. Adding an additional allocation of overtime is going to beat our employees to the ground. And so the fact of the matter when it comes to when employees are tired, when employees don't have the rest that they need, you don't have to go very far back to hear of the Cal Fire issue that came up when they specifically stated that they were being forced to work overtime. So I think it is a good point to bring up the fact that at least for the time being right now, I don't think asking for an additional allocation of overtime is the best decision to make for not only the health of our firefighters, but liabilities associated with individuals working long shifts and continually working those long hours. I don't recommend that now. I think it's, I think that our crews can do it right now with the upstaffing of Station 5, but I think that we will have to think about what it does to our personnel and the human aspect of it by working them to the bone like that.
Well, I can definitely guarantee you that compared to 2016 and 17, we won't have that many overtime hours.
The other item I want to ask or mention is that, yes, we may be seeing a workers' compensation savings for this fiscal year, but we know that we've got workers' compensation claims that carry on for 15 years, for 20 years. And so, yes, you may see it on maybe a short-term basis, but the reality of it is unless you're looking at it from the entire period of an individual filing a workers' comp claim up until that claim is closed out, that's really where you're going to look at the long-term savings on that.
So you're telling me that we're not saving money? Because we did look at a 10-year plan and we put it to this, and I have the document if you need it.
So what I'm saying is that we've got a lot of workers' compensation claims that were opened in the last year due to COVID, and many of those have not been closed out yet. Many of those continue to be open. So until those are paid out, but it may not be, until years down the road, not only workers' comp, but other types of claims, that's really where you're looking at the long-term savings of that. So it's difficult to quantify that over the course of 1 year when you've got so many workers' comp places that are open right now.
Already said what I want to do. You say what you want to do. Want me to make a motion?
I want to be able to be fluid in the use of Measure U fund balance, which basically depends on our staff in what they bring back in programs. And I'd like to get this over with.
You want to what?
I said, I'd like to get this over with, but I don't want to approve something that doesn't work for us.
Me to make a motion?
Go ahead and make a motion.
And I'll put in a compromise. Chris. Don't act like you're not involved in it now. I will move to approve this budget with an extra, it's really hard to pick a number, with an extra $700,000 from Measure U towards police personnel. And if you want to change the number, then throw a number out and I'll change it real fast, or make your amendment with a direction to staff to bring back a GIS proposal for efficiency for our first responders, for the medic unit to be operational, even if we have to hire another person. I mean, whatever we got to do, we need to look at that. And you can bring back a proposal for this. So we can have a GIS proposal. We can have, because we need that medic unit 24/7. But I think that you have ideas for making things efficient. So you can bring back proposals for those two. And when I mean proposals, it's like that needs to be staffed, and proposals for the rest of the year can be brought back. And $700,000 towards public safety. And that we bring back a resolution, or however this has to happen, from the city attorney for the inter-fund loan to be canceled, and to make that come out of this budget year, cut a check and be done with that. Is that everything I said? That's my motion. So amend away. Or
No, I'm okay with that. I'll ask this question. Okay, an additional allocation of 700 for personnel.
They can figure out.
They
the
can figure it out,
configuration.
because it may not happen.
Right.
I mean, it in the
But then
past.
we
it's-
at least
but at least
are
we're saying
supporting it.
You've got the ability to do this if you can do it and you need it, but don't be flagrant in just saying, oh, yippee, I can go hire people and not necessarily have a need for it, and to put them where it's needed.
And because we
not-
constantly hear about the hiring, but this gives us a little more leeway.
Gives us
This
some room.
gives them an opportunity to, you can bring back where you want that money, right? What if you say you want so much for CSOs and so much, and you want one officer, whatever. When you need all one, you guys figure that out, and you can bring back and tell us what category it's going to be in. You know what I'm saying? I think we can let them
They should be able to
micromanage
do their
that, but
job,
we can
and
just,
we need to give them
we
the
are
tools
saying
to
we
do it.
want to increase it.
You have a second?
No, I don't have a second, so
Second.
Thank you.
more discussion. Go, Russ.
Just discussion. I like the concept of compromise. That's a give and take that we all should be willing to do. I like the concept that we're giving some direction for fund utilization, leaving the details to staff. That's their job. And I can support that. And I also recognize too that a budget is a document, and it's based on forecasts and trends and all of those kinds of things. And it's not unusual whatsoever to do mid-year budget adjustments. And I want staff to feel comfortable with their ability to bring back to us recommended budget adjustments, whether it's up or down, whatever the circumstances and the environment, the fiscal world is doing to our city. We need to have that flexibility and understanding that budget adjustments are a normal operating decision-making process. So I would fully expect that we'll be seeing those in the future.
Well, let me amend this. Okay, let me add another thing to this so that staff knows that this is, and I don't want to, sometimes this term is overused. It's a living document that you
Glad you said
can,
that. Yeah.
you don't need to wait until a special month if you have something that you need to bring forward. So if you recognize that you want, a certain, something that fits in with our strategic plan, you can bring it back next week if you want. But whenever you want to, don't feel like it has to be magically on the 6th month, right? So as long as staff understands that, we are flexible like that. I think we all are.
And that was exactly the
Because
point
then
that
it
I was
doesn't
trying
put
to
a
make.
deadline on you to have like 20 things for an amendment on, the February meeting. You can do it when you need to do it. So I think that needs to be added in there.
I agree.
About that, John Paul, sorry. Could add a little in there. Any more discussion?
Let's vote.
Vote. John Paul, he wants to vote.
I have a motion by Mayor Meyer and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Lowenthal. Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Krupa,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lowenthal,
Yes.
Mayor Meyer.
Yes.
That motion passes to adopt the resolution of the City Council adopting the budget and approving appropriations for the fiscal year commencing July 1st, 2021 and ending June 30th, 2022, and approving the additional 2 items, which are the annual budget and citywide salary schedule effective January 1st, 2021. And finally, to receive and file the Measure U Citizen Oversights Committee letter of support for the proposed fiscal year 2021-22 Measure U budget and adopting the budget as amended to include the following conditions: to direct staff to allocate $700,000 to police and safety personnel, to provide direction to staff to provide a GIS report to bring back to council, and to approve the interfund loan to be canceled and make a full payment for the interfund loan, and finally directing staff to report based on department needs if there's an additional fund needed.
The medic unit was left out. Staff is going to bring back. You'll bring back a proposal.
Yeah, and then
for
from
that
what
to
I
be-
understand, on all of those items that were directed, we would bring back the proposals to the council so that the council can view them based on the recommendations from the management team. Is that correct?
Right, as long
Yes.
as they are included as of right now. And so you got the medic unit one that we want,
Additionally, added
24-hour staffing, and we'll start it, that it's only going to cover us through 6 months. So that'll give you 6 months to work on a plan. Okay. All right, motion is done. It is 10 o'clock. Do you guys want to just skip council reports and go finish your closed session? I'm recused of that one, so you guys get to go in there. Oh, are you going to be here a while? So you can close the meeting.
That was a raspberry
Yeah,
fry.
Right. We will adjourn to closed session to finish 14A. I am recused, and Mayor Pro Tem Lilienthal is going to close the meeting.
Yay.
I did not bring a charger either.
We're going to be in here.
If the city attorney can report out of closed session. So all you do, go to this part right here. Start at right here. City attorney, can you please report out of closed session? And then you skip to Yep, and then you just say this meeting is adjourned.
City Attorney, do you have anything to report out of closed session?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. For item 4A, the city council gave settlement direction by a vote of 3-0. That is all I have to report.
Thank you. With that being said, this meeting is adjourned.